Yeah, so we use the Roto Tiller to prepare the soil before we bed. It's really important that we do that. It's really important that that soil be worked well. So we've disked it already. Maybe we run a rolling harrow over it of some sort, like a basket cultivator or something like that. Then we take this
All right, we'll pause.
and we run that.
Sorry. Get this shot over here, Bill. Can you put those back on there again?
Oh, I was going to have the mesh exposed above this one. But I can do that.
Yeah, let me just get you putting that back on there.
Oh.
Like, put just the top two. If you can step back and then walk in the frame and do that. Okay. Excellent. That was good.
Good. I didn't look at the camera, which I didn't want to.
That's a nice take. No, that's a really nice take. And
You want me to get my other shirt on, David?
no, we're just working. We're just working.
You're sexy enough. You're sexy enough as is.
All right, go.
Did you get it?
Not yet. There we go. Coming out. Now I got it. And there we go. Straight down the middle.
You cut there.
And we got a little mulch. Awesome.
Check the mulch.
Yeah, that's, you had it right. No, you got it the other way around.
The other way, right?
Between the two rolls. I'll get down there this time.
Over and under.
Over. Yeah.
No. Sometimes I just need
Sometimes you need a
save me one.
there you go, yeah.
All right, you guys do that fist bump again. Yeah, I'm gonna say it.
Save me one.
Here, come on.
Wait. Come back over here on the other side of that and do that again. Just so we just finished that. All right. So, all right, go ahead, Bill. Walk over to him. All right. So that was all right. That was good. This was a little rocky. I had a few little glitches along the way, but I'm just starting to record. Okay.
So there's a footrest for the workers, chair. Obviously, there are various turn screws for setting the small one there in the center is for the footrest there. I'll go in. So I got this here. Got this one here.
All right. Just hold on to each one for a second. All right.
And this one here.
All right. We go to the next one.
And this here.
Okay.
How about if I sit on it and adjusted that foot?
Okay.
You want a couple of demonstrations?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Let's do it.
We're gonna
Whoa.
You got all about that.
Yeah.
You got all about that. But this right here. And this one. Okay, you want to do that one? And that slides it left and right, the wheel.
That's moving everything.
Yes,
Is
It'll
that
slide
moving?
the wheel, yes.
It's moving toward the camera right now.
It moves the
It
wheel. It moves the seat left and right, so that you don't have to be right over the bed in case
Yeah,
you
depending on
grab
where
it
your
in.
row is in relation to your seat.
Yeah, and
Alright,
this
wait a
will
minute.
take you
Alright,
out
Let
in
me
the
pull
end.
back. Let me pull back some. Why don't you guys do that again?
Actually, let me do this. Now, you can be right where you were.
Okay,
Yeah, that's great.
Let go of it.
and this is moving the chair left and right.
Chair's going toward him.
Mhm.
So it's going toward Tony now.
Coming to me.
Great.
So depending on where my wheel is lined up, I
Okay.
can plug it.
And then this one here, you saw he did this. And that's just a footrest for the length of the feet for the worker. Okay, you got to be careful that there's clearance between the tire and the footrest no matter what you do. Then this one here is the height of this.
This raises the
Rack.
seat up and down.
This is the height of the rack versus the seat. Yep.
Oh,
So it's lowering the seat or raising the seat.
that's
Relative to the
lowering the
rack.
seat down,
And now we're
Yeah.
raising the seat.
raise the seat. And what that did was, that kept us from riding on the mulch. You know how the bed is
Keeps
made?
them riding on the mulch. It also allows different riders to have different comfort
Yes.
levels and they get to set it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 adjustments for this. So there's left to right, up and down, and then the length of the leg or the feet.
Right.
So all those adjustments. Okay? And then these are just the plant racks and they're fixed. They don't, the plant rack itself really isn't fixed. I mean, it's really fixed.
It's fixed.
So, okay. So there we go. Water tank here, drain plug here. So that's just the drain plug for the water tank. These, I believe, are 150 gallon tanks on these things. And it takes water, fertilizer water. You can put some insecticide in here. It's a standard agricultural tank. The water comes out of the hose in the center down to the wheels. So, and it's controlled by the rider in this seat.
This is a lever that controls the water flow into the water wheel. It'll turn this valve on or off.
With the cable that stretches from
With
the
that
handle
cable.
All right,
back
I
to
see
the valve
Yeah. You come over, try to go
It-
look at the
it
valve.
controls this valve.
over there.
Mhm.
Okay.
See?
So,
And you may hear water going on.
so that's this valve here.
Yes.
And that twin tanks up here. And then that goes into here. And we'll show you the rest of that
okay,
another time.
Okay, well, I can really see the valve from here now.
Okay.
Actually,
Go in. Out.
wait, Tony. Okay, do that again, Tony.
Shoot it a couple times without my. Do it a couple more times, Tony, to shoot it without my hand. Excellent.
Now, how much more of that you want?
Alright guys, I think we're ready to record it. Pull it up.
What'd you do?
Oh, this is the
You're
vibe.
breaking it.
This is the vibe.
I know.
Okay. All right. This is the locking seal.
Yeah, did you lock the wheels? You got both wheels undone? Yeah, you can slide both wheels and you can adjust that.
Right. See, here's the
Yeah.
adjustments to where you're gonna set your water.
Yeah. Did you take those off?
I did not. No, I didn't.
You just got to sit in there. You
Just
took
sit
that
there.
one off.
Hey Tony, slide to your right just a little bit. There you go. There you go.
Okay. Now we'll make a pretend. Pull up the pin, and then we have the water valve here,
Yes.
and we can adjust either of these pins to accommodate exactly where we want the water wheel by adjusting these pins and placing this back where we want it. Pin it back up. And that. And the valves will.
Yep.
Stop
Yeah,
now. Some of this may come out now. I'm just going to pull this back, and there you got water.
We can't see, but that's okay.
Okay. And there you have it. And the water will go in
Yep.
and come out of the spikes.
That matter wheels. So we've got this rigged up for 2 wheels.
Yes.
These are 24-inch diameter wheels. They can accommodate up to 12 spikes at about a 6-inch spacing. We've got them set at 1 foot spacing now, roughly. There's these little spikes here, and they just come out and going like. They are spring loaded, and if I had the right tool, I would just pop that out and move it, and then that'd be good. And then you see in front of that, there's a blank right here. And there's this blank right here, blank and a spike, and there's a hole in the center of each of these spikes, and that's where the water comes out. So, and then so this is
I had to move in to get focus. 1 sec. Oh good, I'm in focus apparently. Alright, say that one more time.
so we're taking out a spike. You see how easy those spikes come out? So we used a wrench to take that out. So that's what the spike looks like. And then there's a hole right here. That's where the water's going to go into the spike. See, that's all hollow. That's going to form a hollow there. And when this is down in the ground, water's going to fill in that hole that this pokes in the soil.
Do that a little slower.
Do the action or the talking?
Just the action. Yeah, so we really see what is happening there.
So we're going to put this spike back in. The spike goes in this hole right here. This is a spring-loaded spike. Ta-da! Easy breezy, and they come out just the same.
Excellent.
Get in? No, it's not quite in.
Go down. But that could be hard now.
There we go. Is that right?
Yep. You got it.
Done.
Got some rough hands, Doc.
These sunglasses are polarized. Would that help you out?
All
Seeing
right.
the screen?
That's good stuff, Bill.
Okay.
Alright, now I'm recording. So that's moving the seat.
Left and right.
See how it's moving away from my hand?
Actually, you know what? Hey, come back in. I'm gonna start again on this. All right.
So
Okay.
I'm going to keep my hand steady. Watch where it goes. So this is going to move the seat in or out. I'm going to move it in right now.
Okay.
See how it's moving further from my hand? We do that because we want to have the operator comfortable for where their hands are going to go down in the row and where they're comfortable grabbing plants and things. So it's fully adjustable left to right. So that's left to right. You can see that goes a lot. Put it back to the center now. And then this triangle one here, this is also a hand crank. And this is running.
Hold on 1 sec.
This is running this screw here.
What? Wait 1 sec. I'm not in. Yeah. Gotta get. over here so I can. All right, now I'm with you.
So this screw here is going to make the seat go up and down. And again, it's part of operator comfort and efficiency. You want the operator to be in just the right position to efficiently get the plants in the ground. So they need to be able to have access. So this, I'm raising the seat now, and then so I can raise it. I could raise it all the way up if I wanted to. I can lower it down. So I'm going to stop at that. I got one more adjustment on the seat. So we did left to right. We did up and down. Now we have these, which is the footrest. So this needs to be properly positioned for each worker, for the length of their legs and how they sit in the seat. Again, it's just a simple turn screw here, and we slide it. It can slide all the way up to this point, and all the way back. But you got to make sure that you leave clearance between it and the tire here, because you don't want it rubbing on the tire. You don't want it stopping the tire or damaging the tire. So that's about as far back as it can go. That's plenty for almost every human being. And we just tighten that back down. So that's adjusting the seat. Okay. These racks accommodate 4 standard greenhouse trays each. So 4 standard trays. This is a 200 tray. And these obviously don't have plants in them, but each rack will hold 4 of these. So on this transplanter we can take 16 trays of plants to the field. And as long as the plants aren't any taller than about this 10-inch clearance here, we can take them on this. So the water wheel transplanter can go up to a 72 or even a 50 cell tray. Even a 24 tray will go in through these. 1801s, which is another kind of tray, it's 18 single pots, about 3-inch pot. This has a little trouble with it when you get to that size. So we don't do that. Obviously, so that's how that works. And most rows, if you need 16 trays to get down a row, you've got a pretty long row. So there you go. Oh, you want to know something?
And I'm filming.
You feel me?
Okay, so
Who's arriving?
things out of here.
Oh, she's back. So with the pins,
The trays are in focus.
remove the pins. I'll set my pin here for safekeeping. You got yours out there?
Yep, mine is on the first.
Okay. Now,
And we should just be able to, you're going to take that thing off first.
I would disconnect this.
Let that hang.
That can sit down.
And now,
I personally take this out.
yeah, just take it right out of there. Take it out toward the camera. And turn it sideways. I'll grab one and you grab the other. How about that? Can you get over it?
And if I get this out. Yeah.
Okay, turn it toward the camera. You don't have to do those necessarily until you get your stop off the end.
Yes.
Oh, you got to tighten.
Now I'm loosening these 2 bolts up here.
Okay.
The right tool for the job. Tighten. Just go like this one.
Focus. It's more or less on the wrench. It's right about there on the wrench.
That should be good on that one.
Think so?
Hope so. want to put this between the two, though, right?
No. Because this is going to stop the valve of the water valve. So it can still stay right here. We'll loosen it up to adjust it to the center of the rope.
Yeah, the focus is right around the bar, bill zipper.
Now, if we can slide this back in the slot over here. Where's the black piece?
It's right here.
Okay.
Got it?
Now, okay, you got yours in. That's fine. You want to close up this?
Yeah, you good on your end?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you get yours through. And then I'll raise this side up. Okay. Now, here we do the same on this side. Now, at what point do you want that?
And then we need to stop. Piece
Yes.
that goes there.
Got it right there. And tell them you just set it up for a one row plan.
All right, so now it's set up for a 1-row planter. It was at 2 rows, now it's at 1.
All right.
So that only took a minute or two to change, maybe 5 at the most. And it's ready, it's gone from 2 rows to 1 row. So we've gone from twin row peppers to single row tomatoes or single row cucumbers or single row melons or whatever it might be, eggplant. Any of those things can go on this plant.
And the
So,
length on the
and remember, each valve, so we just turn off the one valve that we're not using anymore. Turn on the other one. So that one goes off. The water won't come out of that, and that one goes on. Easy breezy.
Excellent.
And that doesn't have to be centered. It can be offset to one side. It can be in the center, depending on what you're doing. And these will accommodate up to 4 of these wheels. We only have 2. 4
Gotcha.
will be a busy planting.
All right, and I'm done. I'm hitting pause.
so for the, probably engineered for food grade use or whatever, but it leaks.
All right, guys, I'm ready when y'all are.
Go ahead, Dolores.
Y'all getting there. It's all right. All right, y'all show us the way.
All right, so let's talk about this, Tony. We got 2 bottom. This is a 3-point hitch,
Yes.
standard 3-point hitch.
Category
And
2.
Category 2. That's the slightly bigger pins than a lot of you might be used to, but you need category 2 to fit. This is where the top link, where that third piece, that adjustable piece, is going to connect. It's going to connect in one of these using a pin similar to this one. And this has 3 places that you can hook that top link to. So what's the difference between those 3, Tony?
Well, the higher it goes on the where you put your pin in the 3-point, the higher it will lift the planter, the transplanter, to lift it up. And you have to be very careful with that, especially if you're in a cab tractor, that the totes doesn't break your back glass. So
Hold on just one sec. I'm gonna zoom in on that. I want to get a close-up shot of that. Let me get that in focus. All right, I got a close-up shot of that. All right. Excellent, excellent. Now, while we're in this position, I'm going to go ahead and get a close-up shot of Bill. What was that you were pointing at just before the hitch?
It's a standard 3-point hitch with a Schedule 2 pin.
Schedule 2 pin, yeah.
These are Schedule 2 pins, so they're a little thicker than the Schedule 1 pins, and that's because they support more weight and torque when they're this size. So you need to make sure that your hitch fits these pins. The pins are changeable though, and you can probably go with a Schedule 1 pin on this for the most part. So, and then of course this is the top link connector here. These legs here, there's one on each side. Mr. Tony's got one there, I got one here. These are just the stand legs. We raise these to the up position when we're going into the field. But down here when we're storing it, we use these for storage. We've got a couple blocks under here. Why did you put the blocks under here, Mr. Tony?
Well, the blocks kept it up a little higher, so when I set it down with the 3-point, that I could set it down and stay and keep it level. If I took the blocks out, I learned that it will set down much lower, and it could have a tendency. Yeah, the
top it gets
it'll
tilty.
lean,
Yeah,
and once again, it could lean into your equipment, into your other equipment, your tractor or whatnot, and it could cause damage, especially if you got something stored up here, some fertilizer or something stored up there.
Wait, touch that. Wait, 1 second. Let me get you. Oh, where? Yeah. Touch that again.
So into the water tanks there, the fertilizer.
The fertilizers.
Water tanks.
Yeah.
Starter
Water, about
fertilizer
8 pounds a gallon, and these are some
a little more.
150-gallon tanks, so you're carrying quite a bit of weight. And if you try to set this down, and the legs, as they are from the factory, they may go too low to the ground, which could cause a tilting. It has caused on me a tilting situation, and I was unable to unhitch
All right,
it.
guys, I need y'all to pause for a sec.
Okay.
1 sec.
We spread the weight of this foot on more ground, and so it's not going to sink into the mud as much if it gets wet out here. So,
All right, so wait, let me pull into you guys. Say that you can start with that little section again. All right, and go.
So the blocks, in addition to the tilt, they also help spread the weight of the machine a little bit,
Yes.
so that machine's not going to sink down in the mud,
Right.
even though it's got a foot on it. It's not quite big enough sometimes on our soft ground here where we are. Next thing we want to talk about was making sure that you get some of the maintenance done on this that needs to be done. Little maintenance checks you want to do, like making sure this bolt is tight. What happens if this bolt isn't tight?
It doesn't give you the stability, and it'll just shake on you.
It'll shake
Yeah,
on you,
the
and you
equipment
could damage
will
the
shake, and you
equipment.
could damage the
There's a
equipment.
lock washer inside this bolt.
Yes. You want that to be tight.
There's a pin that normally goes when you're doing the top of the 3-point hitch. There's always a pin on that.
Sure.
We even have a shorter pin here. Actually safer than that. There's a cotter pin on his deal there. That for adjusting, taking that leg, you want to make sure that that pin is in there, and the one on the other side near me is on there. We can see a couple of other things we want to check while we're on this side, and we have this view. You want to make sure that all this plumbing is in good shape here, that it's no leaks or anything like that, and that that's all in good shape. You can kind of generally look at your tank and see that it's in good shape. I want to go around the other side and go over there.
One thing here.
What you got?
Once you're hooked up to your tractor and you're ready to go to the field, take the legs out and flip the legs up.
Actually, yeah. On this one, the legs don't flip up like they do on our tiller.
Oh, you
On
can
this
raise
one,
them up.
they actually slide up through the bracket here. They slide right up here like this. In fact, if you hold the machine, I'll do one of these legs right here. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. So that goes right up like that, and right up like that, and right up like that. And then you just got to mate it up to the hole here. There you go. You can let go. And it'll go on the other leg, because the other leg's holding it up.
Okay.
See how that is? Now I'll just take that out like that, and pull that pin, drop that back down, put that right in there. There you go, you good chunk.
Now,
There
thank
you
you,
go.
because we normally flip them up. Thank you. You want to get up?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's another thing. I didn't even mention that, because I normally would just flip it up. But
You
could just
would
freeze
take it
up.
out and then
took
turn it
out.
upside down?
I did.
Well, you can do that, but
Well,
you're doing
thank you
extra
for that.
work.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going to sneak around the back of the machine and show everybody something else. So you just stay right there, Mr. Photographer.
Okay.
You can come back here with me, Tony.
Did
That's
you-
fine. So I just want to show a few other things. One, this machine has all kinds of little labels on it. This one says bolt seat tubing on bottom, adjust axle for very tall beds. Well, here's the axle holder here, and so that's what we're going to do. We're going to adjust that up and down along here. We're not going to do it now for you right here, but this piece right here moves up and down. There's a set screw on my side over here. You can't really see it from there.
Two on the side.
And then let's see. You got these valves we talked about. That's really the big thing. And we talked about. Oh yeah, what's that?
That's dessert fitting. So we
That's a
can keep
dessert
some
fitting.
grease
What's
in
a? I like dessert. What's a dessert fitting?
it. Dessert keeps some grease in it. Keep it lubed up.
A dessert, not a dessert.
Not
Okay.
dessert.
So that's a greaser. There are several of these on this machine. Not as many on some other machines, but this you would fit your grease gun on here and use a high quality grease, and make sure that gets done at the interval specified. Before it goes to the field, you should always check that. There's another one on the other side. There's probably a grease fitting on the wheel. Yes, there's one right there. There's a grease cert right there on the inside of that wheel, and there's a grease cert on the inside of that wheel there. So these are greasable bearings on the two wheels too. So those are probably the only 4 grease fittings on this machine, because there's just not a lot of other mechanical stuff on it. There's just not a lot of other oily stuff, oilable, greasable stuff on it. That's about it. There is a hinge here.
Let me see if I can swing in real quick, and I don't know if I can get one of those bearings on that. Can you point out where it is?
This grease fitting right here.
Let me see if I can move my camera so I can.
Or that would be closer. Would be better for him.
Or can you get this one here? There's one right here, David. Can you get this one right here?
Let's see.
See my hand?
I think I can get
Clean
that.
it up a little bit.
Is that getting it, Dex?
Hey, what?
Grease on you.
Wait, don't do that. Hold on, I'm zooming in on that. Okay, yeah, that's got it.
And then there's a similar one of those on each of the 2 tires on the inside of the bearings for the tires. Those are the only 4 grease certs on the machine.
Didn't you want to talk about tire quality at some point?
So let's talk about the tires a little bit. We do want to make sure we maintain the tires. There is a hinge, by the way, on the back of this beam.
Yes.
There's a hinge that flexes this whole thing here. We don't want to do that now because we can't do it now, I guess.
See?
But that doesn't take any grease. That's going to last for decades.
That gives you a little.
That just allows you to bounce a little bit with the.
Holds the wheel down onto the bed, allows the wheel to have a little bit of flexibility as you're going over the beds in case you run into something that's not even perfectly level.
What is it? Where is that attached to?
It's behind
It's
this
under
bar.
this beam.
Well, actually, it is that bar.
It's under this beam. Can you see it here? This is the part that flexes right here. You
Okay.
get that down there?
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So, but there's no grease fitting for that flex there. But that allows the wheel to float on top of the bed and have even pressure as it goes down the row, because the top of the bed is not going to have the same changes in height
attitude.
that the wheels are in the trench.
Gotcha.
You want to inspect your tires. You want to make sure that they have pressure in them, that they have air pressure in them, and you want to fix them if they. You couldn't have one with a flat tire because that'll affect how the machine operates. So that's no good. So we're always going to check that. I mentioned the adjustment of the axle height. There's actually 2 bolts back here. What you looking at there? Tony, you checking the air pressure?
The lug nut.
Oh, what about the lug
lugs.
nut?
I would like to check them and make sure they're tight. I would like to just
Make sure the wheel
shake
is tight
the
on the
tire,
thing. Yeah.
make sure the bearings are not bad already before you take it out there. Just, you don't have to do it a whole lot, but just make sure it's okay. Make sure that those lugs are tight. Make sure you got a little air pressure in it.
So can you do that again?
I'm checking to make sure that the bearings seem to be okay. So
There's
that
no
the bearings
shimmy in the-
there's no shimmy in that wheel.
There's no shimmy.
That the lugs are tight. Got a little air in there. You know, Just to make sure that it's in overall good health.
Yeah, it's in good shape. Yeah. So that's good. Of course, this is a pretty new machine, so there's not much wear and tear on it yet. But you do want to check those things. You want to make sure that this valve here is not loose in the tank. These can get loose pretty easily. There's a little bit of a fitting there that you want to check. This is for draining the tank.
Sorry, Bill. I was working.
Oh no.
Yeah. Do that.
What did I say? I don't remember. So you want to make sure that this is all in good shape here, that this doesn't twist in here, that these connections and fittings for this drain plug here are tight. You can actually also, not only is this a drain plug, but you could actually fit a little piece of garden hose on this, and if you had water in here, you could use it to water your transplant trays during the day and stuff like that too. So so each of these tanks is 75 gallons, so you're bringing 150 gallons of water to the field anytime you go in the field. That's enough to water over 1,000 transplants, to get over 1,000 transplants in. So that's about all I want to talk about with this machine. I think we've done pretty good.
That's good.
So thank you all.
Thank you.
Tony, you did great.
Oh, Doc, man, thank
Wow.
you. Thank you.
What are we doing here? What's going on? That's what's going on.
And we just we just put a hose in the top and we're filling them up.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, okay.
One of the.
So you ready for one more thing?
I just asked some questions trying to put
Thank you.
until I had no more left.
Thank you very much.
So
Yeah.
these tanks fill on the top. There's a cap on there. It's just a standard screw cap. And actually, when this is, I'm not going to climb on it now because it's not attached to the tractor. But the only time I really climb on this is to fill the water tank. I'll climb on this a little bit to get up there to fill the tank, and I'll usually just hold. Don't let this fall on.
I got it.
You got me?
I got it.
So it's a little awkward. Where is the cap for this one? Do we know? Huh. So, but you know, there's about a 4 or 6 inch gap up there to fill the water up there. We have one cap on, one cap off on this thing.
Put a water hose up in there, fill it. If I used about, when I was doing my transplants, I used about a quarter of my fertilizer in there when I was doing the transplants to put a little fertilizer right into the ground. But that was after we planted that. We didn't go back and fertilize to just add any more amendments to the soil. We had already did that the season previous season. So we just left it and just added a little bit of starter in there, and
Yeah,
it came on down.
and that's the magic word. These are designed to put starter fertilizer on. They're not designed to put high concentrations of
No.
fertilizer in to fertilize your crop fully, but just to give a little transplant solution in there,
That's
what we
all.
call transplant
Yeah.
solution. Like maybe mix a solution that's going to provide 200 parts per million of phosphorus or something in that, and some nitrogen too. You want a high phosphorus transplant solution to get the roots growing fast. You can also add insecticide to this if you want. Remember, if you add chemicals to this, whether it be fertilizer or an ag chemical of some sort, you want to make sure that your staff is wearing gloves when they're working down below, so that they don't get irritated or even more harm from the chemicals in the tank. And then when you use fertilizers and pesticides, anything, you want to make sure that you rinse and clean the tank. Triple rinse your tank just as you've been trained. And that's another reason why these valves, and there's only a valve on one side. This tank doesn't have a valve on the side. That one does. You want to make sure that you triple rinse your container and get all of your fertilizer or chemistry out of there before
And
you
you
store it
still-
away.
Excuse me, but you can still drain it completely out, right down through your water wheels, and be just fine too.
Yeah,
You know, when you're rinsing it out.
whichever way you want to do it, it'll work. And you do want to run some of your rinse water through these hoses too,
Yes.
because you want to make sure that there's no chemistry left in those hoses either. So, excellent. We're doing pretty good out here, Mr. Tom.
Absolutely. I'm enjoying that. Now, okay. Cleaning the equipment up after before it leaves from field to field.
Wait a minute, what you talking about?
Should we not clean the equipment up before it goes from one location to the other location? Give it a good general overall wash off, so that we don't transfer any pathogens or weed seeds or anything that could have attached itself to the equipment.
Yeah, so just
So
like,
we want to clean it off, give it a little general cleaning off of it.
yeah, pretty much any time we move a piece of ag equipment, either from field to field or farm to farm,
Right.
we want to make sure that we're not bringing something from the previous farm or field into the new farm or field. So we would want to, we can leave this attached to the tractor while we're doing this. We take it to a garden hose with some kind of nozzle on it. Doesn't have to be a high pressure. You don't have to use a pressure washer or anything, but just a garden hose nozzle kind of thing, and clean off any of the dirt, rinse any of the dust off it and stuff. Clean the seats. The seats are actually kind of cool. The seats actually these days never used to be the way. I don't know how many of you have ever sat in a seat with a puddle in it in the morning when you're transplanting. I have several times, but these have a drain in the seat. So when if it rains overnight, you're not going to be sitting in a puddle the next morning. That's actually really good. But you want to make sure this is clean. You want to make sure the wheels and tires are clean, and all of that stuff before you take it to the next field. So, or return it to the people you borrowed it from in the case of some of this. So, okay. Excellent points. We're still doing pretty good.
We're making it happen. And that big camera outfit.
All right.
All right. Excellent, guys. Excellent.
They liked it.
What was that?
What we're gonna start breaking down because it's gonna
Okay.
take that long.
Yeah, I'm going to go plant
What you want-
clover at 4 o'clock while you and Dex are breaking down.
What you want to start with?
Let's start with the generalities of it and just say what it is.
All right. So
So-
wait 1 sec. Let me, I'm gonna come down in here. There we go. This is what I've been dying to do all day. That is a nice shot of the foliage up there. So, all right, and come up here a little bit more. I'm gonna dial down into y'all. We are recording. All right, and ready.
So, how do you like your bed shaper mulch layer, Mr. Tony?
I love it. It's a day changer.
It's a what?
It changes the day.
Why does it change the day?
Takes out so much labor. I get to save on the weeding, get to save on the irrigation, get drip tape, and the plastic mulch laid at one time.
Yeah, these are pretty cool machines, and they've come a long way from their invention. They were invented in the 60s when polyethylene sheeting was invented for making the mulch. So then after that, people realized, oh, we can put this on and keep weeds down. So this bed shaper mulch layer does lots of things. What it does, physically what it does, is it draws soil into the big sweeps in the front.
Right.
And then forms it into a bed with what's called a bed shaping pan. Squeezes that soil into a bed. Then it'll lay drip irrigation tape. And then on top of that, it'll put a piece of plastic mulch or paper mulch down. And then it'll close up the edges of that mulch to seal soil around the edges of that mulch so that we have that. It can also actually, it can actually also be outfitted with a way to spray herbicide and insecticide and fertilizer into the bed before the plastic mulch is laid on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Or fumigate, you can use it for fumigation too. Let's talk about some of the parts on this end of the machine.
Okay.
So we can start with that whole thing there. That's kind of the back of the machine. We're kind of looking at the back of the machine today, right? So this is all the closures. So by the time the action on the machine gets to here, the plastic's already laid, the bed is already shaped, and the drip tape is already down. So that's all of this stuff here, all right? And now what do you got in this whole assembly there? Or my assembly here. Let me move back so we can see this assembly here. So, what's this disc here? What does it do?
Well, we have a dish here, and what it does, it throws the dirt back onto the side of the plastic to hold the bed, to hold the plastic over the bed nice and taut. The wheel rolls over the plastic to pin it down, and the disc tosses it up on the side.
So it tosses the soil over where that edge of the plastic that's down below the
Yes.
bed to anchor it down
Yes,
to the thing. And this disc is thoroughly adjustable.
it is.
It's got an angle adjustment here. It's got a height adjustment here. It's got
Clears.
it can also be turned. There's another angle there. It's got disc cleaners. That's what this little yellow
So
thing
the
is
turn
here.
again, Bill.
Sorry?
The turn.
It can turn this way. So this, you can loosen this and raise or lower the disc and turn the disc in sideways, left or right. Oh, look at that.
Oh, Tony,
See
I
that?
missed that. Oh,
Really?
you okay.
He broke it.
All right. So yeah, let's do that again. So go ahead and take that off
Tighten
again.
it up. Tighten it up and then do it again. Tighten that screw down a little bit. So the screw at the base of there you go. The bolt. Sorry. Okay.
My locking nut.
Okay. Now I know you've loosened that locking nut a little bit already, so you can. So it's finger loose. So you can raise that up now, and undo that and take that out. Take that all off now if you want, and that's going to come off. That's pretty easy. This whole assembly comes off,
Okay.
and it does, but you got to loosen the nut a little bit. There you go. And so it comes off for several reasons. One, that makes it easier to transport. If you take those off, you don't have these things banging around, so you can store these on the trailer instead of moving them with them on the trailer. But look at all these parts and angles on this. So again, this is the set screw that attached it to the machine, right? This is the disc culture that we talked about, and there's a grease fitting in the bearing in the back. This is what's called a disc cleaner. So if your soil is a little wet and soil is building up on the disc, this will kind of act as a scraper to keep too much soil from building up on that, so the disc continues to do its job.
More adjustments.
Angle adjustments for the tilt of the disc, height and turning adjustment relative to the direction of the travel of the machine. This thing here, which he's about to loosen, this again is that dirt shield. So because
Keeps one up on the plastic.
keeps stuff from going up on the plastic, and it's not quite adjusted the way
Right.
it would be here, the way we'd want it. We'll show you that in another minute here. But this has got all kinds of adjustments on it too. I can even take this off if I want to. Well, it comes off, but there's a pin at the bottom, and I'm not going to take that off. But it swivels and does height and all that stuff. And all of this stuff on this machine have these hand cranks on them now, so it can all be pretty much adjusted on the fly in the field with only all you need is an adjustable wrench type thing. They even get smart and they label it. This is the left side, so if you load these two things on the trailer and you can't remember which one goes on which side, it says left side. It's me proof. So all kinds of just things. Remember on your maintenance though, remember to check all these pins and make sure your pins and stuff are fit. Make sure all of these set locking nuts are in place and tight when you get it done and all of that. So you want to take a wrench to that. You don't want that loose like that in the field ever when you're going down in the field. We mentioned the grease fitting down there, and I don't know if we can turn this around
Sure, I can.
and show that grease fitting. Let's see, I'm going to turn that this way a little bit, lift that
Right,
up.
yeah.
See that grease fitting right there? So there's a zert. And you'd want to grease that every time before you go to the field. You'd want to just squirt a little grease in there to keep that bearing full of grease. And again, in and out, angle, all kinds of adjustments on this. And they're pretty easy. This whole assembly here weighs about 25, 30 pounds.
Yeah.
So most people can put it on and off the tractor pretty easily. And that slides in and out on that bar for various adjustments. Remember, this machine can do 3-foot wide plastic, 4-foot wide plastic, or 5-foot wide plastic. So all of these things have to be adjustable to accommodate those different bed widths and spacing widths. So there's the disc assembly there. And we talked about these wheels, these tires back here. Now, Tony wants to talk about this thing here. This is a really cool thing. Why in the heck do we have a wheel way up here? Heaven knows why we have a wheel up there. Well, we're going to stop the wheel. So this wheel is really cool. This wheel is attached, well, it's attached in this position by a magnet, but you flip it down, and that would ride on top of the bed that you've made. And that's
Guys,
connected.
can you flip that down again? I kind of missed that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So that's held on by this magnet up here, so it's not going to fall down. So, but you put it down there when you're going in the field. That's called row track. That's going to keep your bed straight and down the row. Even if your tractor is wobbling a little bit, if your tractor there's undulations in the field and movement in the field, and your tractor is doing a little bit of left-right stuff, the row track actually keeps the bed perfectly straight. Anyway, it works by electronically sensing where the bed is here.
There's two sensors right here.
They're sensing how this is moving. Can you see that in there? Actually, yeah. So
Hold up for just one second. I'm going to zoom in on it and zoom back out. Okay. So give me a chance to zoom in.
So there are these two sensors here, and they're sensing where this bar is in relation to these two sensors. And so it's going to try and keep this right in the center. But this is going to move as the tractor moves. It's going to want to move off to the side. But if it does that, if the whole machine moves off to the side, your bed is going to follow the exact path of the tractor, and it's going to have little wobbles in it, because fields are they're not smooth, perfect places. But by keeping this wheel in the center, it's connected electronically way over here to this hydraulic ram way out here.
All right. Hold on. Following you over there.
So this hydraulic ram will, and there's only one of these, there's not one on the other side. The hydraulic system's on the other side. The valves and stuff are over there, but the one ram here will shift the bed maker ever so slightly left and right as the tractor is going down the field when that is in the down position. When the sensors, it doesn't work when the sensor is in the up position, only works when it's down. So that's going like that, and that's going to cause this ram to go in and out. It's going to turn the machine left and right a little bit. That's going to keep a perfectly smooth row, and even a novice tractor driver can make a beautifully smooth, perfectly formed bed that is straight. And the reason you want your beds all nice and straight is so that when you make the bed next to it, it's the same distance apart. Not only does it look good, but it's functional, because now you have even spacing between all your beds, and you have nice parallel beds for further work. If you've got cultivation or running a hooded sprayer between the beds, all of that stuff is enhanced by that. So in all of this, make sure with the row track that and you don't have to use it, by the way, but if you do, make sure that before you go to the field, you make sure that that's all in good shape down there. Make sure that you check to make sure these hydraulic lines are correct, that all the hydraulic hoses are in good shape, they haven't been rubbed on or anything, because remember, this is out in the field and stuff, so these hoses can get damaged and things, and there's nothing worse, and there aren't very many things more dangerous than a broken hydraulic line, because that fluid, because it's under intense pressure, it gets very, very hot, and if one of these hoses breaks, it can cause burns and blindness and all those cool things.
Let me get a shot of that hose there.
Can also make a garbage truck blow up,
And
which,
instead of garbage
which
truck
I've
on fire.
witnessed.
Whoops. Whoops. Nope.
This is your reservoir for your hydraulic oil, and here's your power lines. You have to apply power to it as well. You got to put 12 volt to this valve, to this switch.
It's near fuel and other hot instruments.
Yeah, so the row track works hydraulics, and the pumps are electronic, and so they have to be hooked up to your. So
I'm trying to get a shot of that hydraulic over there on the right, or your other side.
So you make the Jackson too?
The hose. I got it.
I love City lately.
I got you. Now, you want
All right, there you go. I got tight shots of that right now.
let me bring that to the other side and show them the whole thing.
Whoop.
We're gonna talk about that too.
I'll hold it for you if you want to
So-
describe it.
So this is the connector for the 3-point hitch for the row track hydraulics. So this is going to go, not the 3-point hitch, I'm sorry, to the power takeoff. This is going to attach to your tractor. There's a spline fitting on the end there. And that you connect to your tractor to power takeoff. And that's going to run this hydraulic pump here. And that's going to bring oil through this reservoir here and through this, you can't see it in the shop probably, but there's an oil filter back here. And that's going to go and run this through this electronic valving system, which is a 12-volt hydraulic or electronic system that runs with just you hook it up to your battery, you hook it up to a battery, or some other way to get electricity to it with your tractor system. So, pretty straightforward machine, but think of all the pre-checks you want to do on this. You do want to make sure that these hoses haven't been damaged. This, when you're not using it, it comes with a chain, and you can just hook it up here out of the way, so it doesn't get damaged while you're transporting it and stuff.
Be sure to hook this chain up somewhere back there by the power takeoff, so that it doesn't spin the motor, so it doesn't spin the entire pump. You want to hook this up, chain this up.
And we'll show you that in a few minutes here, but it's very important to use this. He's absolutely right about that. Tony, you always bring such good things to the party.
Well, safety's number one.
So while I'm over here, I'm going to switch to the other one. This is a row marker, and I'm going to switch to the other one on the other side. So while I'm back here, let's talk about this row marker here. So you need to know where you're going to plant the next row, and if you don't have another way to do it, you can use these row markers. These are spring-loaded, and they fold down like that into position. And
Hey, Bill, can you do that? Do one more. All right, so I'm gonna zoom. I'm gonna come into to it over there. Okay. Hold on one
I
second.
don't need that.
All right.
Good.
I should be okay.
I'll tell you when I'm coming to your way.
Strong board.
Yeah, let me try it.
We only do one of these at a time.
Real good.
All right, whenever you're ready.
So these are the row markers that come with the machine. These allow you to make a mark in the field where the next row is going to be. There's one on each side. So for one pass you'd use one, and when you're coming back the other direction you use the other one, obviously. It also has this little set screw here. They fold down like this, and when I loosen that set screw, that snaps into position out here, and I can slide that out, and I can mark my
All right,
rows.
Bill, do that one more time. I'm sorry. I apologize. All right, I'm with you now. All right.
So these are row markers, right? So there's one on each side of the machine, and these allow you to mark where you're going to have your next row, so the driver knows where to drive next for the next row. You just use one side for one pass, and when you're coming up the other direction, you use the other. There's a set screw here that allows me to extend this row marker out, and this extends out like that. While I'm lowering this down, it's spring-loaded there, so this would just go down the field and drag in the field. It's just making a mark. That's really all it's doing. It's just making a mark so you know where to drive next. And if your rows are 4 feet or 5 feet apart or 7 feet apart, whatever it is, you can have consistent spacing that way. And you can set these once at the beginning of your day, and you never have to reset the length of them again. You just have to remember to take them up. It's very important to remember to take them up before you turn the implement at the end of the field, because they extend the width of your implement by 7 feet or more. And then to put the other one down when you're done at the other way. And again, they just lower back down. For storage. Okay. So there's that. Let's see. What else we want to talk about, Mr. Tony?
Well,
There's lots of stuff on this one.
check your springs. Make sure your springs are taut. Check your bolts. Make sure that your bolts got a good tighten on it. These clean.
You know what this thing is?
This cleans behind the wheel of the tractor to keep that cleaned up.
And it pulls a little dirt more for the disc too.
Oh yeah.
Pulls a little more dirt for the disc.
Breaking that up.
So that helps open a little more soil loosen a little more soil so that disc can pull a little more soil to close around the plastic. But there's lots of bolts and fittings on this machine, and you're absolutely right. I don't know that they can see this. We're gonna have to do something else here, but this is the bed height adjustment right here. This here and this set screw here, I would loosen this and get another person on the other side to loosen it. There's a, you may not be able to see it on the camera, but there's increments here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8-inch bed height. The taller we raise up this, the taller the bed's going to be made with the machine. So there's that. There's lots of good labels on this machine. It's really good. But this is a two-man operation or a two-person operation because both sides have to be. I don't know what's going to happen when we do this, Tom.
If you loosen it.
If I loosen that, and then we got to lift up on the pan.
Now, the idea would be to be in the field.
Yeah, we would want to do this in the field. We're not going to do this adjustment.
You want to do that in the field, so the field will help you get your height.
Yeah.
Especially raising it up.
Yeah, and you can't just grab onto this roller because it's a loose roller. So.
The rollers for the plastic.
So now these rollers for the plastic, there's actually a direction on this. So you want them going toward the center. You can fit 2 rolls of plastic on this, one in this cradle of 2 rollers and one in this cradle of 2 rollers, and we have one back on this one. The tension for the rollers, how fast they roll, is on Tony's side of the machine. There's a little screw on his side of the machine. And you can tighten it up so these don't move at all. So like when you're transporting the machine and you don't want to take the plastic off, you can tighten them down so the plastic won't roll. It accommodates 2 rolls of plastic. You can't put a third one in the center. There's no place to store any others. 2 rolls. That's 3,000 or 4,000 feet of plastic. So you should be plenty good for that, and just have the rest of your plastic at the end of the field. Let's see. You can adjust this in and out. There's 4 bolts down in here. You may or may not be able to see these down in here. There's 4 on my side. There's 4 on Tony's side to slide these shields out. This right now is set for 4-foot wide plastic. We can move it out to do 5-foot wide plastic, and we can move it out even further to do, or move it in further to do 6-foot plastic, or 3-foot plastic. Rather. So let's see.
Well, okay, I'm just now getting a decent angle on that.
So.
Okay, that's all you have to do is just point to it. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, because you're not doing the sound. The sound is just for your nose.
Right.
So, notice that the bed is crowned. Notice that the roller on the bottom here has a split in it. That corresponds to the same shape of the top of the bed. This bedder makes what we call a crowned bed. It has a little peak in the center. That allows rainwater to roll off to the side, so we don't have puddles on top of the flat bed. That can have value, especially in a place like we are in right now that is very wet. Why do we have the blue line up, Mr. Tony?
Well, we wanted the blue line to be up on our drip tape because within the blue line it has the emitters. And what I learned is that if I turn the emitters down, it may clog the emitters faster than if I had them up.
So there's an emitter or a dripper right there.
Yes.
They're built right
I'm going to zoom in, and now I'm going to come back out. All right, so let me zoom in and get your hands there. Get a nice tight shot of that. Hold on a sec. Let me make sure my focus is where it needs to be. Okay.
That's an emitter.
So that's an emitter or a dripper. Mm-hmm. And on this tape, they're spaced every 4 inches, and water goes through the hole there, and then comes out through these emitters. And it doesn't come out straight. That emitter actually has a curvy, what we call a tortuous path that goes back and forth a lot to slow down the movement of the water out that emitter. This tape itself.
All right, one sec. All right. All right, we're back. All right.
So the tape itself puts out a half a gallon of water every 100 feet per minute. So that's what this tape, and there's different tapes for different amounts of water and flow rates and all of that stuff. But the blue line being up,
yes,
and the emitters being up, why do we want the emitters being up? Why do we want those drippers being up?
I learned that it will keep from the emitters getting clogged.
Yes, that's exactly why we do it. It
Yeah,
used to be they'd
first
say do
turn
it the
down.
other way.
Right.
Now they say, back in the 90s they changed, or even the late 80s, they changed and said have this facing up. And the reason is it doesn't get clogged with dirt. If there's any mineral deposits in minerals in the tape that are going to clog it from inside,
Yes.
like if we mix the fertilizer too strong and stuff and we get some calcium or something building up around these emitters, you're more likely to free the clog by having it up and letting the water pressure. Otherwise, it would have soil against that, and
Yes.
the clog wouldn't have any place to move to.
That's what I
So
understood.
you can actually bury this tape, and this machine will bury the tape as far as 4 inches underground or so. You can put the tape in the center of the bed for twin row peppers. That's really good. You can put the tape on the side of the bed, off to the side. So if you have a single row of tomatoes in the center, you might want the tape off 4 inches to the side, so that when you poke holes to plant your tomatoes, you're not poking through the drip tape, but the tape is still getting water close to it. So what else we got to talk about with drip tape?
Well, drip tape. I think that's pretty much good.
I think that's pretty good too. It's just like hot dogs and hot dog buns, by the way. The drip tape doesn't come in the same size rolls as the plastic.
As the plastic. Yeah.
So you're never going to run out of both at the same time. You're always going to need one or the other.
But they're not difficult. You don't have to.
Oh, it's easy breezy
If
stuff.
if you run out of one in the middle of the row, I learned that you could always attach and keep going pretty easy. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
something else.
And your operator does have to pay attention that there's simple fittings for attaching two pieces of drip tape together.
Very.
The same with mulch. You run out of mulch, change rolls in the middle of the row. You just got to overlap it by 2 or 3 feet, or plan to build that patch later. Easy breezy. Notice on these wheels, there's the air valve there, but there's also a grease fitting on the bearing down in there. There's also this cotter pin here holding it all on. So you want to, before you go to the field, you want to check all of those on both of those wheels. Make sure they're good. You want to check the pressure on the wheel by pushing down on it. There should be just a slight give to it, not a. So that's really good. Let's see. So we talked about these set screws. These wheels can. The axle on the wheels is actually curved. The axle on these 2 tires is actually curved. It's bent, and that's allows you to do certain kinds of adjustments that you couldn't do with a straight tire. Then it has these chains to keep it from dragging all the way on the ground, and that chain like this changeable too. That just keeps it, when you lift the machine up at the end of the road, that this doesn't knock against this and stuff, so it just catches it from there. And same thing with this chain here. This is keeping this from falling down completely to the ground. So that's, there's not much to these, but again, there's little pins and stuff that you want to check. And here's a clevis over here holding that on. What you got, Mr.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, the clevis has pins in the front and back. One is turned around this way for some reason, the other one's around the back. Just make sure you got them so you don't lose the chains. That'd be very important. If you try to lift up the machine on your 3-point, then your wheel will stay down, it won't come all the way up, or your disc will stay down if that chain is down. That's what he said.
What's a clevis?
The clevis is a form of hook. I don't know. Or what you.
I call it a horseshoe-shaped connector,
And that's all it is.
right? Isn't that cool?
A horseshoe connector.
A horseshoe-shaped connector.
Nothing
Pretty
special,
simple.
but it's very important.
Yeah.
Very important.
So, you don't need special tools with this machine, just like the other machines. You don't need special tools. You do need to attend to maintenance, though. You need to make sure that you check it, and you also, you know what we didn't do?
What's that, Doc?
We did it before, but let's do it again. So let's talk about the whole thing. So the machine is going that way, guys. When you're driving it, the tractor's connected right there, right?
Yes.
And so this is forward, this is backwards.
Yes.
Okay? So that's the back. That's all the business is done by the time it gets to that end. So, but the business starts here. The business starts here with the drip tape up here. Pretty easy to put that stuff in. We showed you that already, how to get that connected. It actually has a stop on it now, so that it's not going to freewheel anymore. The old ones used to freewheel. If you stop for some reason in the middle of the row, that thing could keep spinning. Now it's got a little gear mechanism on it that if there's no tension there pulling the tape out, then it locks the wheel in place so the wheel doesn't turn anymore, releasing any more tape. That tape goes down through this yellow pipe under the seat, and that yellow pipe is adjustable along the length of this yellow shaft here, so it can go all the way over to my finger here, or all the way over to Tony's finger on the other side, and it's adjustable by angle too, so we can angle it. It's also adjustable by length, and by lowering it further, we're going to put that drip tape under the ground more. If we raise it up to be just under the bedpan, that drip tape is going to be on the soil surface just below the plastic. So that now we've laid the drip tape down. Now we form the bed. Got these two big sweeps in the front, big plows in the front. They're pulling that pre-tilled soil into the throat of the machine. That's pushing all that soil down under this pan. That pan pushes that soil into a rectangle shape with a slight crown or a slight bevel on the top, like a roof, like a hip on a roof. If you need to make a firmer bed, if your bed is loose, you can add some weight to that. We're going to talk more about that in a little while when we go through the problem set with this thing. This bed, the width of the bed, there's two sides besides the two things in the front. You can't see them here. There's two sides to the throat of to the middle of the bedder, and those can be put in three different positions for 3-foot plastic, 4-foot plastic, or 5-foot plastic, and slight adjustments within each of those so that the bed shape will be correct for the size plastic that you have up here. It's going to go down. So now we've made our bed. We got our nice firm bed. Now we're unrolling plastic on top of that bed, and that's going to go under that one wheel there that rides right on top of the bed. Now one set of rollers there rides on top of the bed. So the plastic is now on top of the soil, and notice the drip tape is underneath it. Now, and when we go to the field and we start each row, we're going to lower this stuff down on the field, and then we're going to position the plastic underneath these wheels, his tire and my tire. So position it there, because these tires are important for keeping the plastic in place before these two culture discs bury the edges of the plastic with soil to hold it in place permanently for the rest of the season. All right? So that's really all there is to this. If we were going to put fertilizer or herbicides or anything like that into the bed, that would go. Those things would go either through the bed pan there, or just between. There's a small space between the pan of the bed.
And we can't see that. I'll have to come and get that.
And
separately.
you can't see that here.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I think we're right at 4.
Okay.
Just FYI.
I'll go 5 more minutes, and if you're good, I'll finish this up if you want. You good? Or you want to stop?
Let's see. Okay, I'm
We
sorry.
got a lot.
Light looks good on this.
Yeah, I just made an adjustment on that, so I changed the arrows. So okay, keep going for now.
So one more thing here. This machine takes the tractor operator, and one operator can be sitting here watching the plastic and checking things out, and that same person there might be the same person that goes and makes sure that when you're rolling that this, and we'll show you that later, that the plastic and the drip tape don't get pulled down the row with the machine. When the machine is rolling, he's not allowed to stand up, he's not allowed to talk to people. His job is to do whatever he's told to do, which is keeping track of this. He's in a dangerous position here. These discs actually have enough weight on them that they could hurt him a lot, and we don't want that. So we don't want that. One other cool thing while you're there.
Hey, why don't you do that? Why don't you do that thing where you stand up and then you stop and then you sit back down.
Oh.
So,
Doc said that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna Yeah. We'll just show that to demonstrate it.
No, you don't want to stand up. Never stand. Don't stand up.
Let's try that one more time. All right, and all right, go. All right, we got it.
All right, stay there.
Stay here.
What's this little thing? There's not one on the other side. It has nothing to do with the hydraulics. What is this? This is a really cool addition, actually. Didn't cost them too much to put it on, but it cost them $5 to put it on, so or more. So it's kind of cool.
Holds my shovel.
That's a shovel hold. Because you need a shovel because you have to bury the ends of the plastic at the beginning and the end of the row, so that the plastic doesn't. You don't want wind to get underneath the plastic. So you got to make sure you bury it. And there may be other reasons. You may have to clean something on the tractor. You may have to clean the plows in the front here and stuff. So a shovel holder here. So you always want to have a round pointed shovel with you. It also makes a nice handle when he's getting in and out of the machine. So he can grab onto that shovel handle in there, and he can get himself on and off. So there you go. What else have we missed, Tony?
We haven't missed very much anything. The hydraulic oil, we'll check the hydraulic oil, make sure that it's plenty of hydraulic oil in there. Not to overfill it, but just to make sure it's plenty.
What happens if the hydraulic oil gets cloudy?
If the it needs to be changed.
That indicates there's water in it.
Water
right?
in there, We do have a hydraulic filter right here that will be we will keep that maintenance every so often, just keep a change on that. More than likely whoever's using this equipment here won't have to be bothered with the filter. If it leaks or something, let us know immediately so that we can do something about that, so we can correct that. And we will always, before it go out, check and make sure that the hydraulic oil is full. But if you got it for 2 or 3 days, we want you to also know that it may need to be looked at.
You want to go chain this up in the back again?
I sure will.
He's going to chain that up. While he chains that up, I want to point this thing out here. I don't know if you guys can catch this yet. This, believe it or not, is the entire instructions for how to run this machine on this white sheet. Rainflow, this manufacturer has done a really good job of adding notifications and signage to this machine to make it relatively easy to use even for a novice user. It says how to set the plastic, how to set the discs, how to set these guards for different size widths, all that stuff. What it doesn't do though is talk to you a little bit more about the safety and the maintenance. You do want to, anytime you're working with this, you do want to give it a once over. You want to look at things, and you want to wiggle things and see, make sure things are tight. If you're just taking it to this field, now this one's loose, but this one's supposed to be loose because this is the one that adjusts the tension on these rollers. These two here are the only ones on this whole machine that I might want to be loose. I think that's pretty right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you got all these they put handles on all of these, so you don't have to be a he-man to get the torque on these that is needed to hold them in place while you're in the field. Some of these bolts are welded to the screw, and some of them are not. It just depends, and you'll see that as you go through this. So there's all of that. You do want to pay attention to make sure all of your electrical wiring is not damaged, that none of that is damaged, that any of the plugs and fittings and these alligator clips in the back, you want to make sure that those are in good shape. You want to make sure again that your hydraulic lines are in good shape, that your greasing is done. There's all kinds of cool stuff. It says right here, turn drippers up for less clogging. I might have to get that as a t-shirt. And then, when using drip irrigation, make sure lines are deep enough so bed press will not damage it. So again, that's that adjustment of that yellow pipe. So then down here, use top hole for higher lift. This we talked about on the other implement when we talked about the transplanter. Same thing. There's 3 settings here for the height. But again, the higher you set this, because the way the machine tilts, you could be at risk of damaging your machine. This is really interesting. I don't know if you can. I think the chair might be in the way, but there's a swivel here because of the row track system. There's actually a swivel on the 3-point hitch here, And there's a grease fitting right here. There's a greaser right back here in the center of this bolt. Oh, that reminds me, bolts. You need to make sure, if you ever find yourself replacing a nut or a bolt on any of these machines, you need to make sure that you match up the strength of that bolt. And the strength of a bolt is listed on the, is marked. I don't know if you guys know this, but see this bolt has 3 notches on it. So this is a mid-grade bolt, and I'm going to get the name of the grade actually. There's ones with no little notches on them, and there's a few of those on here, but this one has 3 little lines on it. That's the mid-grade. When you see one that has 5 lines on it, that's the higher grade, or 6 lines, that's the higher grade. But this is a mid-grade bolt. But you wouldn't want the lower grade bolt here because it's not strong enough. An engineer designed this for this strength of bolt here. So there you go. What else we got, guys?
I think that's it.
I think we did pretty good.
Is awesome.
Awesome. Oh, yeah, little fittings like this. Now you want to check this stuff down here. And make sure this is all clipped together. Make sure that's all tight. Make sure those fittings are good there.
Electrical connection.
Okay. Thank you all.
Good.
All right.
Awesome job.
Oh, wait. Come back here.
What we got?
We got to get in the shot again.
Bam.
Wait. Let me do that again. All right, come in and wait. And action.
Damn.
And walk forward. All right, okay. Well, let's do it. We'll do it
Okay.
one more time. All right.
We're gonna walk towards you.
No, you guys do that right there. Just do right where you were. Back to left. Do that back there, and then walk. Once you do that, then just walk toward.
Okay.
Walk to the
Okay.
front. Okay. Ready and action.
Great job.
Good job. Perfect.
All right.
I probably didn't need to be looking
I
right at the
didn't
camera,
know
did I?
that was
What's
a
that?
I was looking right up at the camera. I probably shouldn't have done
what?
that.
shovel holder.
You might
You
want to
did?
play that again. So you
Yeah.
want to do
Where
it
you
one more
find
time.
it?
We'll do it. Let's do it
We did one more time.
From before.
Bill,
You don't
Bill
want
looked
to
at the camera.
Where do you want me to look,
Hmm?
David? Just look at my truck or whatever?
Just walk up. Look at Dolores. Dolores, come stand right here. And look at Dolores, and she's gonna laugh, and you guys laugh at
Okay.
her as well. Okay. All right. And action.
All right.
All right.
Great job.
Awesome. Great job.
All right. And we got.
That was
Hey Doris, can you tell us a little bit about your farm? Bill, go back in there. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Yeah.
Well, this is CHULAHOMA'S garden, and we started this garden because we wanted people to have a more organic food. Not saying that the food that they buy is not organic, but we know what we put in our food. We know how we want other people to receive it, and not worry about any pesticides or herbicides and stuff like that. So we just started planting. And if I don't feed to my grandchildren, I won't feed to anyone else.
How long have you been doing this?
We started this farm in 2017. 2017.
And where are we?
We are in CHULAHOMA, Mississippi. This is the north end of Mississippi. Actually Holly Springs, but this little town is called CHULAHOMA. And it's CHULAHOMA, CHULAHOMA.
And it's just you and your husband right now.
Me and my husband, and we have a teacher that I used to teach with. He helps us too. He's here on the weekends and sometime during the week when he gets off work.
What kind of stuff do you grow?
Oh man, what do we grow? Right now we're getting ready to plant garlic. We're getting ready to plant onions. We plant squash, zucchini, and all your brassicas. Not all your brassicas, but most of your brassicas. And myself, I do a lot of herbs and turmeric and ginger. So yeah, just
And-
normal vegetables.
So, with some of the mulch layer and the tiller and all of that stuff that you have access to out here now, why are you using some of that stuff?
Oh,
What's the
man.
good thing about that stuff for you?
I think about last year when we were planting, and we had bottles where we were just shaking our seeds on the ground. And then not only that, the weed, I was picking weeds with hand. And now that we have this equipment, it's been a game changer. We can plant from it, our transplants, and it's not back breaking anymore. It's easy. And with the mulch, it takes away the guesswork for the weeds.
What do you
don't
mean
have
to
the
take away the
weeds.
guesswork on the weeds?
Well, you don't have to worry about how am I going to get the weeds out? How am I going to make sure that my crop stays moist? Because the plastic helps with the moisture level, as well as fighting the weeds.
So the weeds don't grow through the plastic.
Not like it would if you didn't have plastic. You will have some, but you can just pull them out
Okay.
and just keep going. Yeah, so it's very easy farming work now. When I talk to my mom, she can't believe that this is how farming is nowadays. Yeah.
Is the farm growing?
It is growing. It's growing. Well, when you say growing, what do you mean growing?
I mean, not growing crops. Obviously, you're growing crops. I mean, either growing in the volume of crops you're growing, the number of crops,
Yes.
the amount of money you're making,
Yes.
the profit that you're making,
Yes.
things like that
Yes.
that can be important to keeping it
is
going.
growing, yeah, and we're so excited about the future, and especially with the equipment. It has allowed us to grow things that we didn't think we could ever grow, such as carrots. I've always wanted to grow carrots, but being able to put them down, seed by seed, was almost impossible unless you're doing it on a small scale. Now we're doing it on a much larger scale. And even with the rutabagas, we always wanted to, but there again, not having the equipment, it was difficult. So it's wonderful.
Fantastic. So you get less weeds and easier to manage weeds in the system.
Yes.
Better water quality, or better water management, soil moisture management.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Hey, Dex, just keep going, David. Would you go turn off the music, Dex? Just push the button on the radio. So you get less weeds,
Less weed.
and the weeds that are there are easier to control.
Yes.
So that means even in an organic system where you might use something like corn gluten meal or horticultural vinegar or something like that to manage the weeds,
Right.
quote unquote, chemically,
Right.
you can use less of that in this system.
Less of that. Less
How about
of that.
fertilizer? Using
Wait,
less.
let's hold on one sec. But Dex, let's get that. All right, he's got it off now.
Yeah. Now you just close the door, Dex. It's off, Dex. All you have to do is close the door.
Now, when you
I'll
talk
deal
about
with the
the
key later.
organic stuff, that's Tony's area, but I do the best I can.
Hey, Dex, just shut the door.
Just come out and shut the door. It'll go off.
There you go.
Just leave it. Thank you.
So just tell us about what kind of fertilizer you use and how you deal with that.
Well, with us, we use this product called BT, and we mix so much parts with water, and we spray it at the surface of the plant, not on the leaves.
Well, now BT,
Well,
help me out. BT is not a
It's a-
fertilizer. BT is an insecticide.
Insecticide, yeah.
So that's different.
It's Bacillus,
Well,
something.
yeah, Bacillus thuringiensis, and that's for insects. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
Go back to the fertilizer. What kind of nutrients do you put on the soil? Compost,
Well, yeah,
chicken meal, all that stuff
we
that
have
you might
tried. We have tried.
Fish
We did
emulsion.
horse manure before. Of course, we had to take it through that heat source to
use. Yeah, take it. You got to compost it to get it.
Tony's back.
Okay.
All right, how about
that's the difficult part for me.
No, how about this? How about this?
Okay.
Tell us what you do know and what you love about what you're doing.
What I love about what I'm doing is being able to provide quality food. And when a person sits down at their dinner table, they know that they're eating quality food. There's no question. There's no question. Where did it come from? How did they treat it? And what did they do to get it to my table? And we take out that guesswork. And with me doing my YouTube channel, people see the progression. They see us get the seeds. They see us transplant. They see the whole step. So they know that we're bringing quality food to the table.
Can you one more time say the name of your farm, who you are, the name of your farm, and where you are?
I am Dolores Jones.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, 1 second. 1, 2, 3, and go.
I am Dolores Jones, and this is CHULAHOMA'S Garden. It's CHULAHOMA, CHULAHOMA'S Garden, in Chulahoma, Mississippi.
Thank you.
I don't do well in front of
You
Oh,
did
you
great.
did great.
You did great.
Are you
And what's
kidding
wrong
me?
with it?
Okay.
So there's a front end loader attachment on this tractor, and then there's a grill that he's hooked onto his front end loader instead of a bucket, and then we've attached chains to that, and then we have chained that to the pin here that to lift the tiller off the ground before we set it on the ground. We use this to get it off the trailer, and it's a safe way to get it off the trailer if you use a high quality chain and you hook it at the right spot. You never want to hook these chains up to places that could bend from the weight of the implement. Some of this sheet metal and things like that. You never want to do that. So that's about that. And then we've secured the shield here so it doesn't drag on the ground. And we've lifted it up enough to get it off the ground, but not so high. You never want things to go so high that they create a tipping danger for the tractor. And the higher it is, the more danger of tipping it has to pull the tractor.
I'm recording. Gotcha.
So there's a grease fitting here. We want to make sure that we grease, keep the bearings greased. Then this here is the skid plate, and it's adjustable with these 4 settings here, depending on how far down you want it to go. For us, we are doing some deep tillage today, so we have it set in a position that allows the tiller to get as deep as we can get it, which in this case will be between 6 and 8 inches. We make sure all the guards are in place, the shield back here, the rubber shield in the front, and we've already checked all the bolts and screws to make sure it's in good shape. And we're ready to put this back on the ground and then mount it to the 3-point hitch on the tractor.
Man, that was excellent.
Doc?
Did you find one?
Yeah, well, I'll get you one here in a second. I'm just getting it all wound back up here the way we need it. We'll get it. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Bill, while he's doing that, you want to step up here and tell us what the issue is?
So we're setting up the tiller.
Come up and talk into the camera.
So we're setting up the tiller to get it.
Wait a second. Let me get you in here. Let me get your focus. There we go.
So we're setting up the tiller to get it level, so it'll go right. We had some issues with one of the brackets was a little bit bent, so we had to adjust that so we get the top link in, which is the third leg of the 3-point hitch, get that in and attached to the tiller. We were extending the top link to almost its entire working length so that we could attach it, and now we're shortening that top link so the tiller will run on the ground at the right level, at the right plane on the ground, so that it's so that it tills correctly. And that's what he's working now. The last little thing we had was we did not have a little hitch pin to secure the pin that holds the implement onto the tractor, so it wouldn't slide off the end of that pin. There's another locking pin that goes on there. We didn't have one of those, so he's got one now, and we're good, I think. Let's see. So, oh, he's getting one now.
Tell us what just happened, what you were doing.
As far as installing the tiller?
Tell us what you're doing right now with installing the tiller and doing this stuff.
What I was doing was attaching the tiller to the tractor, to the rear of the tractor, attaching the 3-point and the power takeoff unit together, securing it with some clamps, as well as a pin.
All right, so we got those shots. So just come back to the camera, and we got those shots already.
Okay.
And of what you were doing there. So just wait, let me get up a little higher here. There you go. So just talk to us and just tell us just describe what you did.
Okay. We installed the tiller on the rear of the tractor using the 3-point hitch and the power takeoff, the PTO. We secured it with some pins to make sure that the arms could hold it, won't have any vibration to make it fall off or anything. And we attached the third arm to the very top of it so we can control our height of the tiller.
So can you tell us who you are and what you do?
Oh, my name's Tony Jones. I'm a farmer, producer out here at CHULAHOMA'S garden in Chulahoma, Mississippi. So we farm this land, our homestead.
Excellent, excellent. Great.
It's not bad.
Perfect.
spin it. That's what I say. Now, some of these nuggets, it just don't seem lined up straight.
So it's on this. Part of it's on this. So that's going to hold the hose down.
So I'm gonna bag up. Bag up a little pressure. Yeah, let me back up a little bit. You lift that up a little. Well, I think if I just bag it up a little bit, I'll be all right. What thing? Anything off? No. It's off. It's like that.
Put pressure on it now.
Yeah, when you bag up.
You got to lift it up to do that. So I don't know if we get them. Oh, yeah.
Straighten up with the, okay, straighten that out. Yeah. Let's see how that'll do it. Okay, I'm gonna pull forward. Turn it to this side. Oh, no. Yeah, like that. Oh, no. That's what it's doing. I see it coming. Yeah.
I'm not using the reverse track.
All right, now.
Okay, you want me to use reverse track?
Let's break it up.
All the way up? That way?
Yeah.
That way.
Okay, all right. I'll take that this way. Probably a little bit further if you want to do that, but let it come out with it. A little bit. Got to work. Got to do it.
Rubber mallet will do it. Put that pin. Now we're going to reset the top one. So now notice on the top link that it's only turning the center of the top link. You never want to turn one of the two ends of it. They would turn individually, but then you run the risk of one of them coming out. You always only do the center of it to tighten this board. So when he was notice when he was tightening the top link, so notice when he was tightening the top link that he was turning the center of the top link instead of the two screws on each end, the one on each end. You do that so the screws are always evenly threaded through the center part. If you try to tighten one screw or the other, when they're off the tractor, when they're not connected to the tractor or the implement, they will do that. You can do that, but you end up with some, one of them is shorter or longer than the other, and then you run the risk at another time of it falling off. So we always tighten with the center of the top link. We use that mechanism to tighten and loosen the top link.
Yes, okay.
definitely takes some practice doing it as a team.
So, if you can, Tony, if you can come in a little bit more. I'm as wide as I can get. Okay. All right, guys. All right, talk to me.
So what we're going to do here is we have disked the field, and now we're ready to till the field. And what did we do to hook this up, Tony?
We hooked up the power takeoff unit, the PTO unit,
And that's that bottom dark shaft there.
secured it. It's got a pin inside. You have to push the pin in to secure it to the shaft to make sure that that's a safety mechanism. Make sure that this does not come off. It's going to be rotating at 540 RPMs per minute. So we definitely don't want this to come off and start flopping around. We connected to the top link again, secured it, put a clevis here,
A pin on the end there.
a pin on the end. Once again, a safety mechanism.
So it didn't come out.
We attach both arms to the pins to the lower part of the rotor tiller.
Yep.
Got pins in it. Everything is about safety here because we're going to be turning this at 540 RPM. That's very important. We leveled it off. Here, we got it pretty level so that it can go down in the ground, and we're looking for about 6 to 8 inches of till.
Yeah, and you can see there's threads on both ends of this top link shaft, and we make it longer or shorter by spinning this. Okay,
And this is actually another locking
that's a
feature.
locking mechanism that
Yes.
prevents it from. If this sometimes they spin, you know, when you're going down the road, and that
To lock that up
just so
and hold
now
it.
we can't loosen it or tighten it. So that's all good. This is a rotary tiller. It's 72 inches long, and it'll till down to about 8 inches deep. And we need all that soil tilled up so that we have a large amount of fluffy, loose soil to run through the bed shaper that we're going to use in a few minutes. But this is the second step. The first step was to disc the cleaned field. So the field has no more crop in it. The crop was taken away or mowed and disked under itself. Then we disc the field a couple more times to get most of the clods out. And now we're going to run this, and this is going to break up all the small clods. Notice that the soil is actually in pretty good shape today for this. So let me grab a piece of soil here. So the soil kind of, I can't squeeze moisture out of it. I can make it into a light ball, but you can still see texture in the ball. There's no moisture on my hands, and it still breaks apart like that. So for a silt loam soil like this soil is in pretty good shape for tilling right now. Neither too dry nor too wet. And that's critical. When this machine runs on soil that's too wet, you destroy more of the soil structure, and you can cause compaction, and you'll gum up the tines inside under here that we showed you in the other shots. When it's too dry, then the tiller works too hard, and it also doesn't break up the clods as nicely. So we're just now waiting for the tractor driver to come back. And
No, that's going to be me right now.
Oh, well, we have a tractor driver who's being lazy.
I want to pick up so we don't have a dry start right on the ground.
Old stuff. Off the ground. Have a lot of stress on it. And I can pull this up real quick before he gets going, so you can kind of see the ties that we talked about before. I know we can get under there and see that. So those things are going to turn in the opposite direction of the tractor, and that gets you the maximum amount of dirt stir, soil stir.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, just leave it. I'll get it up.
We need this little pin though, right?
Yes.
For the
I'm
other.
still need that.
I say, wait, hold for just 1 sec.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna come forward, right?
Hmm?
You putting that back on?
Yeah, I'll give another
Oh.
perspective of it.
Oh, then we gotta do this one. Okay, so,
Now I bought it back over here by the trailer, you know, so that it'll be easier to load it.
yeah, it makes sense.
We'll
The
pick it
the
up and
smaller
we'll
your-
set it
yeah,
back on
the
there.
smaller your distance.
Get it close to
During the
where we
loading
want it to be.
speed.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Safety. It's just another safety thought.
Absolutely. You got that off there?
Yeah, got that.
Good. You got that? We are
Yes.
clear.
This here. Yeah.
That was
And
fast.
we're good to go. Let me take that.
All right.
And the red handle,
Red handle I got here.
I'll take that with me. That way we have it on.
Okay. I'll see you over there in just a second.
Okay.
Is that right? Good on my side. Good. Back a half inch. Keep going. Keep going. You good? Yeah, go forward on my side. Got yours, George? You got yours? Up on mine. You gotta go forward a quarter inch. I'm in. Pin. Pin, pin, pin. Lady gets the pin first. I see how it is. I see how it is.
Oh, got to loosen the lock up on it. Loosen the lock up on it.
Top one or the middle?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Either one will be fine. Yeah, I don't have to back glass anymore.
Long gone.
Hey, it's already gone.
I was asked how much it was going to cost.
Yeah, about $200, about $100 some bucks. Yeah, can you guess what I got? Okay. Chain it back up, always.
That's the safety chain.
Gotta take time out and chain
Keeps
it
it
up.
from, it's a safety chain and it keeps that from turning this motor. Otherwise the motor would turn on it.
And it never hurts to pull on it once or twice
And
extra.
double check it. So
Yeah.
now we're staying clear of the equipment while we lift it
All
off.
right, you get ready to lift it up, Tom?
Well, let me hook up the power to it. Oh. Let me get the power wires hooked up, and then I lift up and we can move the boards out.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to adjust. We haven't adjusted the cultures really, right? They should be in good shape, but these the soil guards.
Yeah, I know you run out of time too. You run out of time.
No, we got time.
For you all.
We got an hour or two. No, we got an hour.
I mean, we're here to help y'all.
Yeah,
We're on your schedule.
We got an
so.
hour of good light, so.
Oh yeah, well I'm blind.
45 minutes of good light, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 45 minutes to light.
And
Tape on it. Hold the tape on it. I'm sure you can't see it here. Keep going. Gotta go back up in the pipe, otherwise it'll drag out. We're just gonna have to feed that back through. That's good. All right, we're good. You're ready to roll.
You're gonna explain to what we're about to do.
Yeah, so what we're about to
Set
do.
a couple rows. How many you want me to set? 2.
Let's just do 2 rows.
Right next to
2
each
rows
other.
for now. We'll put 2 pounds of fertilizer on each row. I've got the fertilizer over there. That'll let us get the fertilizer under the bed and under the plastic that we're going to lay on the second pass, but it means that all the fertilizer is confined to the bed. That means more of the fertilizer will go into the plants that we're growing, and less of the fertilizer will go into growing weeds if any weeds come up. So that's what. So it's a 2-pass operation. So I'm going to go and get fertilizer. Oh! Up! Up!
Y'all good?
you're good.
Okay. All right, Dave, I'm gonna ease off the clutch.
All right, I'm ready.
Dave, you want to do it again or something?
Man,
I don't
And tell them about the shots of tequila you had before you were doing this too. I got a knife. Let me just get. He'll never ride with you again. Report you to the Department of Ag and Commerce. They'll be out here visiting. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now that goes on there. That one we tighten up. Let's use this this cradle now this time.
Yeah, that way Dave saw the foot.
Yeah, that way David saw it.
Oh yeah.
And he'll get a better view of this maybe.
Yeah, that's good.
You gotta go between the two rollers. Now it's my job down here. And I'll need someone to, before we go any further, someone needs to go feed the tape.
Yeah, pull that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna sacrifice the end of the roll.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah, it's too wrinkly. We've done this too many times.
Yeah.
That's happiness.
You didn't know that one?
Somebody find the.
Oh, it's right there. It's right there below you. Yeah, it's right there. Up.
Oh, got it.
Got it? Right there. Okay.
So now, you can lower it. Just lower it here.
Huh? Do what now?
Lower the PTO or lower the 3-point. And then Dex, if you'll raise up on this, actually you got to clean work. Don't get dirty. Yeah, lift up on that after she lowers. Don't.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm going to fix that in a minute. As soon as she lowers, she'll lower it, and then we'll lift up on the wheels. The wheels are all the way down, all the way. There you go. Now lift up. Now I put this under here. Put that down on my plastic. You got your end. Okay. Now I'm holding the tape. I wrap it around my hand a couple times just in case.
You're gonna hold it. You want to put it on this brick?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Is it advised?
Oh, somebody needs to reset this.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Seeing how
And flip it
dangerous
around the other way.
hydraulics can be, is it customary or advisable to have a fire extinguisher on board any heavy equipment?
It's always good to have a fire extinguisher handy, something to suppress fire. Because out here in the country, you don't have but one chance to get it done. Yeah, you call 911, and what do you think you're going to get? You're going to get a volunteer
There we go.
service.
Now you can loosen that. No, I couldn't get this down where it needs to be.
Okay, is that good?
Okay. No, that's probably about right there, something like that. Is that about right?
Actually, I normally ran them straight.
You run them straight?
Yeah, normally I ran them straight.
Okay, we can do that.
Safely, they got the fire extinguisher and tried to do all this themselves before they noticed it.
Yeah, that's one thing that we're working on is fire suppression. What are we going to do when we build a home out here for fire suppression? I think I need about 2,000 gallons of water on hand with a pump that, another thing that we check monthly. Like to make sure that, she can start it up and whoever, my family's out here know how to do that.
So you could tie this to a stake, this piece of tape. You could stick a piece of rebar or something in here or a stick in here and tie it to a stake so you don't have to kneel on this. And then the plastic usually catches. So you don't have to worry about that with the wheels. But I'm kneeling on the plastic and I'm holding this tape.
What tape?
This is the drip tape.
And what side is that?
The blue side is up.
All right, can you just say that again?
So the line side of the tape is up. I'm going to hold the tape here instead of tying it to a stake at the end here, which is another option so that it doesn't get pulled down the row by the tractor and it unrolls correctly. So we've set our soil guards in place here. We've got the mulch is ready. We're not going to use row track on these short rows. I don't think we need to on the short rows, so we leave the row track thing up. And we are ready to go.
All right.
And we run this at a pretty reasonable speed. I mean, we're not going 5 miles an hour down the field, but you're not going 1 mile an hour either, because if you go too slow, then you don't get enough soil being pulled in by these cultures or by the throat of the machine. So,
David, I know you're there, and I'm not going to throw you. All right, how are we looking?
good, go!
Everybody ready? Yeah. All right, let's go.
So what kind of shovel should we have?
Good ones.
I don't know. Mine's metal.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
We're burying the edges of the mulch because the culture wasn't set quite right for this soil. Every soil is a little different, and the culture, the disc that buries the edges, wasn't doing its job completely. So we got to make sure.
There you go.
Because if it's not buried completely, then the wind will catch it and it'll pull up the whole row.
See, that's what this is for.
So,
Give it here, Tony. I'm going to use your shovel.
Bring me a mattock.
Give me your shovel, Tony.
We got the shovel.
now, David, after that, Tony, can we lower these discs slightly, or are they all the way down? They're all the way down.
Actually, they're controlled by the chain at this point. Now, see, because they're all the way to the ground here. Now, mind you, I did pick up on it just a little bit, and we sitting at an angle going down.
We need to adjust the throat of it to get this to do.
Yeah, like, and we could possibly do that. Yeah. If we had longer rows.
We'll do it for another time. Yeah, we'll do that another time.
If we were doing longer
now,
rows, I would.
We cut this off.
Huh?
I mean, I guess.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Expert Bill got this side.
And then we got to find the mulch under here. We'll pull a little extra mulch here, or a little tape here, so I can tie a knot in it.
Raised bed.
And I'm going to cut that right there. Then I'm going to tie a knot in this so soil doesn't get inside the tape.
Yeah, there are people that build this over.
Now, soil and stuff won't get inside the tape before we finish it, and we don't have to worry about which end the header line is going to go on later. So the next thing we need to do is, after he moves out of this row, I'm going to pull this back a little bit. I'm going to dig a trench here, and then I'm going to bury this into the trench so that the ends are anchored too. So as soon as the tractor driver wants to do his thing, we are clear on my end. I need one more thing. Yeah, you should be able to. You should be able to just, if you'll lift up, start the tractor, lift up, then I'll roll the mulch in a little bit so it's not dragging on the ground. It's gonna hit me if I stay there though.
Come on up, Dave.
Which way is it? Yeah, hope. There you go.
Good.
Good. You cut the drip tape? Yeah, you did. Do we need to spool the drip tape? Oh, I guess it's fine. Oh, that's right. Now it's got that.
Lord, I can't see you.
I'm sorry.
Last time I didn't get to see it. I think it's dead.
All right, Jack. Dig it that way.
Make the twin bit.
He's lining up.
Some of these won't come up, don't worry about it. 50 or 80% of them.
Time for some water. Time for some water.
Oh yeah, no. They hydrate.
I meant for that thing.
Ah.
I meant for that thing. Get it clean. Nice.
See, and it's somewhere along. Oh, okay. It's a string in the ground out there somewhere. You know.
I got a rubber mallet if that'd help knock it loose.
Well, no, I'm just gonna take time out to clean it all up. It ain't like I'm gonna do it all tonight. It ain't gonna all happen tonight. That's definitely. This is what they need to do when they finish with it. Try to clean it out.
You just need to get you one of those, like one of those little plastic, those big plastic tubs that they'll stick out in the front of yards, big box tubs.
Yeah.
Get you one of those, hook it up to like the back of the truck or something, and just come up and that can be your fire truck too. Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly. That little boy. Yeah.
And I got 2-inch trash pump back there to do that. Got the hoses and everything to do it like that. Yeah.
They just need to get you one of those.
But the deal is, see, until I get water right here, I gotta go up the road and get water.
Yeah.
You see, so that's.
You gotta get you one of those little trucks that has the bed completely cut off. You just install blocks on there.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe a water trailer. You know, they got some trailers that can carry water. You know, maybe that. You know.
Down at Hood they got a few ones, but they got this the Boy Scout camp.
Oh, okay.
They got the camp trucks that the back's cut off and it's just like whatever they need to do.
Sure. If I had one like Boy Scout.
From Boy Scouts, but if your kids want to get into scouting, if you had any interest in that, that would be a way to get them outside and they might enjoy it.
Now my
Yeah, both
5-year-old, he
Cub Scouts.
loves outdoors, and the 8-year-old, now he loves worms and stuff, but he don't care for outdoors unless he's riding go kart or something like that. Actually,
So
you
he's
wanna
gonna
come
be
to
the
the farm?
he's gonna be the 4-wheeler player.
Yeah, he said.
Like me.
He said.
I need a good.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah, I'm one of the very best counselors in college.
He said he's gonna be the computer guy for the farm. He's not gonna be.
That's awesome. You need it all. I mean, every farm needs 3 people, and sometimes that 3 people is in one body, and sometimes it's in 3 bodies. You need someone to grow the stuff, someone to sell the stuff, and someone to do all the back office stuff.
Yeah, they help you fund your education.
No, but I got the top tier scout training program you can't get unless you go through like 10 years of scouting. I got it because being a nationals employee, I was allowed to. I had a loophole. Who I worked for.
Yeah. I'm just gonna set this down tonight.
Well, there's your
Everybody's trying to get up out of here. Yeah, man, I know about it.
string on. Geez, you got so much string on here.
Yeah, I'm setting down. I'll clean it up. Y'all know.
Yeah, so I'll be back with you.
I'm gonna be a hacker. I said, no, grandson. I said, you can't be a hacker. Grandma, they need hackers too.
Notice that we're not putting the garlic right on the edge,
Right.
in a little bit.
Uh-huh.
So the soil splash and stuff doesn't get on them as much.
I know a lot of adult scouts that were in the military that make it any easier. You got to move.
No.
Maybe that's what happens when you go through the whole scout thing.
My auntie was the yeah.
Let's see if we get that pan like that a little more.
Some don't like doing this like this. They need that dog.
Really? How good is that?
And this way we've avoided the tape in the center of the row.
So onions. When growing onions and when the top, do you cut the tops or do you not?
What do you mean?
The tops on the onions, if you cut them,
Don't harvest them. Don't harvest them before 70 to 90% of the tops are decayed.
But
Just leave them in the
can
plant.
you harvest the tops for eating? Or
Yeah, but it's so green onions, it's just a short gang on it. There's different varieties. I'm sure you know. There's different varieties of onions.
they say if you cut them, if you cut the
That's right, that's fine. There's two different crops. I wouldn't recommend you doing that.
so always let the tops just grow.
Yep. And fertilize your onions every 30 days until May 1st, starting February 1st. Or so. Not quite.
So when the other ones come, then I can put them here. No, I'm not getting more. Well, I do want to get some more garlic. But the onions.
There we go. That's it.
Thank you so much.
And then we can leave them stink right there. Yeah, you got it? We did good.
We did good. Teamwork.
There you go. Awesome. All right.
Oh, so the onions.
Yep.
Do you want to?
Actually, I might leave that to you. Because actually,
What dear? How?
if you
how
plant them
different
now, they
will I
may
be?
not. Well, you could plant them now, I guess. They're just going to sit over the winter, though, and the challenge,
So I've always planted in October.
Okay, you want to plant
But-
some onions?
Well, I just
We can
want
do
to
the
know.
next
So,
row.
what do you think?
Yeah, we can do
why
that.
You, why do you? What are you? Why are you hesitant?
Because I don't want them dying over the winter. But we can do that. You want them on this row? Or you want them on this row or that?
No, this row is fine, but I want it. If I don't plant them now, then what would I do with all those bulbs?
Well, then you just have to hold them, but they're going to sprout, so we might as well just plant them. Okay, and they're big.
Hold them. Oh. I'm done with it.
Actually, yeah, it's cool right
On that level anyway.
I'm not gonna even put the other piece on. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's very cool. No,
Okay.
all I'm gonna do is leave it here tonight.
All right, well, have a great day.
Back around and load it. Yeah, man. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
Now go back to sleep for another year.
The life of the devil farmer. Did you catch all that?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. We should now be in record mode. Yep, we're in record mode.
Are you still trying to get it paired with a remote?
We're paired. We are in.
With the PlayStation remote?
No, I couldn't get paired with PlayStation remote. But everything else is paired.
I'll see this back on the parts pile.
So, yeah, so we're rolling through here. Get a nice little shot of the roll back. And get, oh, we lost the signal.
Oh, the cord came out looking like some dangling.
Yeah. So Dex didn't have quite enough slack over here. Alright, there we go. Alright, see if that's enough. And I didn't stop recording either, so.
That's healthier. That's healthier. You can get two pieces.
Well,
Because we got 5 people, we get 2
Well,
pieces,
but
one with
we
the ham,
like-
one without.
yeah, but we like cookies and potato chips.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've got almond rolls in the truck. If you want an almond roll.
Just make it fancy.
It's a Danish from Costco. Almond Danish.
Now all you need with this is a cement slab on the back. You just have a little back patio area.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
He's got to walk up. He's gonna have that nice little porch off the.
it's gonna
Off
be
the
10
master
feet off of
bedroom.
this side and 10 feet off of that side.
Eventually, he's
With a
gonna
lean-to, with a 10-foot, lean-to on.
a 10-foot, overhang.
Yeah. And that'll be our porch.
Yeah.
Put a couple fans up in there, some lights, and we can come out here and sit around.
See, when you want to
and
come, you don't have to be bothered. You can sit on the front porch, you can sit on the back porch. And back here is gonna be what's gonna be mezzanine? What is it gonna be?
Screen porch.
I thought this side was gonna be screened in.
Well, one of them will be screened.
Because over there be next to the kitchen and the pantry, and if you went grocery. All right.
Just so everyone
Oh,
knows.
do I need to get something to
Dex,
drink?
you want something to drink? You want a Coke or something?
I got a water.
I'm good.
I'm good. Thank you, though.
Dave?
If you get me another cold Coke,
Dave.
that'd be awesome.
A
It's
Coke.
gonna be
I'm
gone
sorry.
soon.
A Coke.
Coke would be great. Are you recording?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little B-roll. Some shots here.
That's good.
You know,
Oh god, these things are awesome. They're so fantastic. And if something goes wrong, you have something to protect the majority of your hands.
Really interesting.
It's a nice comfort to know that's there when dealing with dangerous tools.
Ah.
see, that's where we're trying to move from.
Yeah,
So
scratch
it's,
your head.
so it's literally trying to go. Let me stop that and I'll start it again so we can get a clean shot of it. All right, so this is the setup. You start from here. So Bill, yeah, be right there, and you're going to talk about this. Let's just say an example.
that's good.
All right, the manifold and pump at the hydraulic reservoir on there. You captured these back gizmos back here, so that's good. We'll need to get the side plow and stuff. Unfortunately, because we didn't connect it, we can't turn it around to do the other end right now. We'll have to turn around another way. But things like that. You can even do things like the ledge stand.
Let's do these things one at a time.
Coming on around a little bit more. Watch the, let's pull out a little bit maybe, away from that. How was that, Dave?
I just lost
You
my
want it
inbox.
further from you?
What's that?
You want it further away?
Just a little bit, yeah. A little bit would be
further away.
great, because I can always zoom in. Yeah, guys, that's really nice right there. That's going to be perfect. I just got to...
Everyone turn off their phone.
Man.
Bill, if you would repeat what you just said.
You turn this fucker here.
Well, I guess once, David. You motherfucker.
This power thing just keeps coming out.
Oh, I didn't tape it really well, David. I can retape it.
Well, it just... Depending on where I move the camera, it just keeps pulling it. You know,
Let me do a better job.
yeah, man, I'm still recording. Pull that. All that. Let me get all that extra. All right. I'm recording that though.
So, yeah. there's that.
All right. Watch your head decks. Zooming up to get what? Okay.
This mechanism right in here.
And what's important about that?
It's just a maintenance check to make sure the wire's not frayed and it's in good shape. Some of this is going to be stuff we never use, but while we're here, we might as well get it. If you want to capture a close-up of the valve between the two wheels, if you haven't done that yet, that would, that whole triangle, that whole T of stuff there. I can even move that up. Watch this.
The T where?
Now shoot it.
I'm trying to get an
Can
angle
you get
on
in
that.
there? You got to go further out. You got to come between the seats. Keep going.
I've got it. Okay, wait. Where your hands are?
No, down the valve.
The valve, the T
Just
valve.
do from here down.
Oh, I see.
Can you see that one?
Can you see on that camera, Dax? I literally can't see right now.
Go. We want to go a little.
And you
That's
want me out
that's
of the
about
shot.
that's about centered right there.
Okay, there we go. Is it red?
What's red? Oh, I think the spikes are red.
Okay. Oh, the spikes.
And I can be out of the shot.
All right. Tell me when the right thing is in red.
Okay, that's turning red. That's turning red. Yeah, the valves are now red.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right. It's in, Bill. It's ready. If you want to demonstrate anything.
I was just going to turn the water on for it. If you're recording.
Can you see the water coming out?
No, we're not quite at the right angle. Well, actually, we can on the right one. We can on the one to your left, Bill.
That's fine. All you need to do is see that other one.
Okay.
So if we want to demonstrate some stuff, we can go like this. And we can actually take that back off again and take that off.
Do you want to demonstrate going to one wheel?
We can. You ready for
To shoot back to here, so you're really watching here
So it's
and
recording
control.
it.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
recording here,
Oh,
but
yeah,
you're
there we go.
watching everything
Okay,
here.
maybe
so
that's
you
right, it's
have
just
it-
sitting
Maybe
the
when it
video
went down
signal.
there, they adjusted it.
You know, it's just sitting the video signal over here, so I can see what I'm recording. But everything is being recorded onto a card in that camera,
Now, you say you could make this wider?
and those cards are $700 a piece. You
Yours.
know,
Okay,
they're
hold on.
ridiculous.
3, 4, and 5 feet.
But it's
Gotcha.
gonna pay for itself.
I'm sorry, not
Oh
3,
yeah,
4,
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I
but
hope so.
3, 4, and 5 foot plastic.
Okay, okay.
This is awesome.
Right there.
My
that's gonna be
grandson would
like
love
16-inch wide bed
this.
for
Start,
3 foot
we'll start
plastic,
shooting commercials that aren't farm based. It'll be the
4 foot plastic,
hub side
and
hustle,
then
just doing
26
random
or 28
commercials
inch
around the state.
for 5 foot plastic.
So on
My
4 foot, you
grandson
only
would
doing
love
22 inches
22 inches on the
Pretty
top.
fun.
on the top.
22 inches of the flat part of the bed,
Okay.
and then the shoulders come out another 4 inches or so. Isn't that
Okay.
what it says over there on
Well, it
the 4
says
foot plastic?
28 bed width. It says bed height at 5 inches. You get a 28-inch bed width on a 4 foot plastic, and that's just what I've been using.
Okay, yeah, there you
28
go.
inches.
Yeah,
I
there
didn't
you
measure.
go.
I
Yeah,
didn't put a
that's
tape
fine.
to it or
That's fine.
anything.
But if you go a taller bed, then you're going to get
Smaller tops.
smaller.
Yeah.
You know, so that's how you want to set that.
Right.
So this is something he needs to shoot tomorrow.
Mhm.
He's on that thing, so we can't shoot it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But he needs to take a picture of that because that's really important.
Right.
And I think I have a good picture, and I can take
You got
that
it.
one right now.
All right, guys, that was nice. I just.
And it's recording.
We need that over there. We don't want it on the ground. We don't want anything on the wet ground. How's the slide work? Pretty good. Yeah, you got it.
That's off of one of those white totes. Yeah. So I got to give you a couple more. I got to get a couple more food grade so I can sanitize it and not cut this off. See, this is my problem, but I cut mine off the top.
When we bought them, they were only what, $30, I think. I think now they're 70, 80.
Yeah. soft. It's not big. Another one, though, you know, it's probably all the soft ones are probably bigger than ones. I'm just throwing them on the ground. You can't use them in your hair. They're wrong. But the skin, when I get the pieces off, I'm gonna get the base.
Now this name here is a lot of greater, right? Than me. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking. Don't pay me no attention. I'm just looking. Yeah.
That's the one on the ground, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Hydrating
Yeah,
the
maybe.
squeezing number.
Oh no, got me up last night looking up GoPros and everything.
These people.
Ooh.
I am
good for you, they say.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really good. I think it's supposed to be good for your heart.
Somebody say it was good for you. Eat one a day or something like that. Eat a clove a day. And then they said some olive oil, so many different things.
Yes, it is. Yes, I remember.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Something.
You make that.
Yeah, they're on my YouTube channel, but once I made them, I started using them in my workflows.
For cosplay,
They're made of steel, like the
for Comic Cons and stuff.
Love that. He always thinks he's ready.
These might as well be just one good punch. I need to redo the paint job there. My first paint job was that style. I've gotten better since then.
That's pretty good camo though. I mean, that's pretty good camo.
It is. I thought that. You glued it on there.
Glued on the blade and then attached with a little tapping plier to the
That's neat.
I need, I'm gonna run down here, make sure I got that fertilizer on the truck. Yeah, so I'm running down and get that, take about 10 minutes. Okay? Next, yeah, come.
Well, if you want a nice knife, then go with Benchmade. You pay up, but they are really high quality knives.
And then I want one for chef. A good chef.
That's less my domain. Benchmade you might pay $300 a knife, but not that good. Kershaw, I mean, if you're looking for like a good Amazon knife, like Kershaw, which is the brand most of my family uses, pretty good brand. You know, you're paying less than $50 for a knife.
There's 150 bows in that bag now, from about 15 heads.
If we got more heads, we can rip them open.
That's on.
Watch out, if you plant dill, you'll get several swallowtail species coming in to feed on it. So that's one of the things we love about it. We'll raise some of our swallowtails on the dill, but then if we're cooking, we'll also go and grab them. Yeah, the butterflies. Blacks eat it. Giants eat it.
Yeah, no idea what kind.
No, just butterflies.
Is that from shark?
So are those the ones that you don't want around?
Well, they'll eat the dill and then some of them will eat the carrot. But we like to just raise mine and take them off the plant ourselves. But obviously we sell it. butterflies will come out in a few weeks. We don't know if they're going to have spring or summer or fall. They can overwinter for spring.
If we're going to do that, just screw it back in. Screw it back in. Let me go around here. Let me actually get that. One sec.
Get my shadow out of there.
Well, let me get you doing that. Wait 1 sec. I gotta have my ND filters back.
Oh, bamboo.
All right, come on back in.
Another reference you didn't get. That's from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Gotcha. Yep. All right, and roll it back up and put it in. Excellent. So I'm going to get this little thing here. I think I've got most of the stuff for this, so we can talk about it at least.
Okay, coming up.
All right, it's good to go.
Okay.
Great. All right. So, where I am is I am panning from up here, and then I'm coming down. All right, Tony, you're in frame. All right, we got that shot. Everything is in focus. But if you stood like right over here,
Because I'll be in the foreground.
yeah, you'd be in the foreground and everything else would be in the. Yeah, if you stand there and you're looking in the camera, then let's see, you get your hair right here, zoom out just a little bit, yeah. All right.
When I was in undergrad, I used to do
No, I did. I was really into photography when I was in high school.
Yes. As close to connection, as the closest point through here that I can connect.
Oh, you're going to connect it to there.
Yes. But now, what I want to do is pull up. Not pull up necessarily, but what I want to do is I want to tilt this back down, back forward to the front a little bit, and we'll get that chain a little bit tight, okay?
Okay.
So just give me a second. I'm not going to necessarily. Now, I still make one stuff in. Now we can kill some of that slack. That'll help us out.
Take out all the links you can to get that.
That's a process.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. I just want to make sure that.
And then now you're going to run down there and
No, I definitely don't.
worry about it.
All of that right there. I can see that. I see that stays connected.
That's a good chain to hold all that weight up,
Oh yeah, it works well.
and that's well engineered to not buckle. Being held up at one point.
It's hard to see with the red. Now we're gonna take this over there, right?
Yeah.
No rain till tomorrow morning.
No rain to wind.
Yeah, yeah.
When it's gonna rain?
Between 2 and 10 tomorrow morning. So, no more farm work after tonight.
Normally when I put my garlic and stuff down, I try to put leaves on top of it.
All right, folks.
Look at you. Yeah, this is good. It's a little wet. A little bit wet. But it won't dry. So, yes? No, go ahead.
So this is considered a really rock.
Well, no, that's just a passing the tiller. We don't know what the bed road is.
Oh, look
Come on. Now, is he going to put that on the trailer?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Well, we really can't without lifting it off. Watch yourself when you turn.
Hey, Dex. Hold on one sec. Let me get going here.
Yeah, you really need to sit back in that seat. Don't fall forward into those rolls. You can't put your hands on.
Is this gonna roll?
Yeah, those roll. No, I can lock them.
Can you lock it for him?
I think so. No, I can't lock the rollers.
Or you can
Yes,
put enough tension on it where it won't spin.
Yeah, it should be able to.
At least not easy.
How's he doing?
See, in there, you know.
Is that locked in?
I mean, it's
That's better.
yeah.
You can probably.
if you put your heels here, and, you know, wedge them, then you should be. Yeah. That
Right
should
here?
be more or less. Yeah.
I think if I just do 1 foot, then I'll be fine.
Because, you know, that thing's gonna lurch when it first starts.
Yep, I'm ready.
Oh, I'm gonna take care
Hold
of
up.
that.
Hold up.
Set.
Now you know when you're laying mulch, I think you got to run a little faster.
Yeah, I will.
So David, do you want to sit on there and take a shot of that doing the mulch?
Sure.
That's the next step.
Sure.
Now you can sit right on there,
Interesting.
and we'll put the mulch in the front.
An interesting topic. Since you ran that without mulch, you would have to now clean.
Will it, so if it bunches in before it gets to the rollers, will the rollers help pull it? Spread it
No, it
to
doesn't. It just keeps punching. Okay, there we go. So that's ready. Except I got to tie this off right here.
That,
That good? Yeah. What's that edge there? It looks like there's a little wrinkle on that edge, no?
it's the way it's cut.
Okay, we're ready. Ready? I'm ready. You ready, David?
I am ready, Freddie.
Dolores, ready?
All right.
Okay, and away we go.
Would you rather be in front of the camera than having to do it?
We'll pull it, Dave.
Is there any other reel shots besides Dexter's reel shots that we're doing today? Are we pretty much done?
You know what? I don't think so. I'm sure there are, but
Light's getting stuck too.
we can always adapt the camera. It's just it's hard to. We'll assess once we've looked at the footage.
A little tricky, honestly. Yep, that's a nice bed. So that was a adequate fertilizer, right? I saw how you just sprinkle a few. I see how you just sprinkle it out there just a little bit.
Yep.
So okay. When you're doing it by bed, yeah, that's great.
That's getting me too
You want to lift this puppy up?
Got
Okay, I'm much happier with that.
All right, do you want to even simulate putting it on the trailer, or you just gonna give up?
No, we don't have to do that.
You gonna give up on
We
that
got
today?
perfect.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Lift it up and I'll roll up the mulch in the tape
Okay.
and then we can park it.
I want to
I'll take it
increase
back here, put it
the
up.
tray.
So it don't just sit out there.
Oh, I bet a little bit. That's too much.
Oh!
Left is
Hey, Tony?
Bill, I agree.
What's that?
We need a better shovel.
I am happy you guys to get much about this one.
Or over $2,000.
I was looking at a trailer, like a little 8-foot trailer for gear, potentially at Lowe's. It's like $5,000. Well, you know, that's also something you can potentially find being resold on like Facebook Marketplace or something like that for, you know, a third of the cost.
We're trying to. There we go. There we go. So you get this. So this is what I'm trying to do here. Just so you see, this is you get her in focus at a point where it racks the background out of focus.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a little hard, but there we go. So.
You were misbehaving too much, so we broke it.
Get the audio out. So, okay, no, never mind. Excuse me.
You ready for the vest to be put back in its bag?
Yeah, everything can go up.
I've got all the big stuff more or less gone up, but it's all the little stuff that you know exactly where it goes.
Hey Dex, could you plug my phone in? It's about to die.
I'm gonna go get
Do you
your
have
garlic.
that?
Where's it right here?
Well, I have my phone charger trying to think what to plug into. The
Oh, we'll do it when we get in the car. You have one in the car though, right?
Yes, that's true.
I'll plug it in when we get in the
But,
car. That's fine.
Because the Omni's up like 12 last night.
You guys. You guys.
Pudding.
You gotta come over, Dave. I know all this technology. You can make that thing snap in 10 seconds or something.
Make it snap in 10 seconds? You know this is video.
Oh, okay, so you can come in here with it then, okay?
Yeah, I can come in there with it. I just want to make sure we get a shot. Okay, so you guys got to stay exactly where you are, though. You can't move.
Dave's gonna be that one in the scout photo that's laying on the ground.
I just want to lock this down so it doesn't roll anywhere because I got it framed up nice and well. But everybody got to stay where you are. All right. So I'm coming between Dex and Dolores. Okay. So y'all stay right there. All right. Well, let me make sure I hit record. All right. Yes. Okay. That would be bad. Right.
You getting behind us?
Y'all, I'm getting behind y'all right here. Right here. So all right. So what's the date of today? It is
the 10th of November.
It is the 10th.
Oh my goodness. 10th of November, right here with Tony and Dolores. What's the name of your farm again?
CHULAHOMA'S Garden.
CHULAHOMA'S Garden.
There you go.
That's CHULAHOMA. CHULAHOMA.
CHULAHOMA Garden. Where are we? They're Byhalia?
You're in Holly Springs, Mississippi.
We're in Holly Springs, Mississippi. That's right. And we are up in farms, and we are working today to learn some conservation practices and on some conservation equipment. And I think we had a great time doing it.
We did.
Awesome day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, excellent day.
Awesome 2 days.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Teamwork!
There you go.
That's what's up.
Let's go see your lower field real quick.
You want to
before
run
get
down
out.
there?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk if we can. I just run down the hill and run
Well,
up
you
the hill?
can, or you jump in the truck and drive it down there.